Well, hello. It's a Saturday afternoon. Um, Working on my game. I hit play, and then I was like, oh, I should have grabbed the soda. And then I looked over, and then I saw that my previous soda has ants on it. And I'm like, I sprayed around the house. I sprayed ant spray around the house last weekend. So, how are they getting in? My guess is there are nests under the house, and they're coming up through something, from the walls. That's disappointing. I'm going to have to do another treatment. I'm going to have to go and be a bit more discreet, I guess. Or particular, and go around like the inner edges of the walls. That's depressing. It's like November. No, it's mid-October, right? We're almost November. Like, shouldn't the ants go away? It's whatever. Anyway, so working on Guardians / Wielders of Aether. So I shifted my focus. Ugh, really? I'm going to kill it and reopen it. Because I opened one of the blueprints that is broken, that triggered a busted blueprint response for playing. So what I've been working on is dialing in the movement. I've been focusing a lot on getting the animations in and trying to get those to work and whatnot, but I realized that I was neglecting gameplay, and gameplay is very important. You do want to prototype that before you get into doing other things. So you can see I've got the camera manager set up. If I look left or right, there's a bit of a shift, kind of a shift ahead. Movement's a lot smoother. I did tweak these, so my punches and kicks are a lot more natural and they flow a lot better. I think that walk is still a bit stiff, but so what I did for my punches and kicks and stuff, so I did the animations by hand, but then I went back and did the motion capture, and like I said, the motion captures a bit busted. So what I've been doing with this specifically is bringing the motion capture in and then manually tweening the poses. And actually I can bring up Maya and show that. I'll grab Maya. We'll get... Yeah, there it is. There we go. I still don't have the other monitor set up. I need to go do that. Like, another monitor is like $100. That's not that big of a deal, but I'm just lazy. This monitor I've had up on this perch has been here 7 years. Like, this HP monitor has been awesome. The first one that I had, I think I had for 3 years, and then it died, and then I had it under warranty, so I had it replaced. But then this one's survived, even with all the shaking and stuff, because like I'm on the perch, and when I get up and down off the perch, I shake everything. I need to rebuild the perch because the wood creaks and stuff. This perch has been here 10 years. But yeah. Anyway, so let me open up. I'll show you an example. Actually, I'll go to a new so you can see what the motion capture is. You've seen me do motion capture before, I think, but let me import. So we're going to be grabbing this off of... Where is... There we go, Access Studio, and I've got the output. Here's cleaned. Which one? I guess it doesn't really matter. Where's jab? Okay, so here's the motion capture output, and I'll just kind of zoom out, and I'll adjust the frame rate. The motion capture captures at 60 FPS, so I'm gonna adjust that. So I get, the fighting stance, punches and whatever not. Now this one came out pretty clean, but you can see if I turn around here that there are some weird things happening with this skeleton. This one's not too bad. This is one of the more clean recordings. The pose is pretty much correct, how I want the stance to be. The foot turning as I throw the punch happens a little bit. Because when you go to do a jab and you step in, you push off that back foot. Now, in theory, you should be on this center line, right? As this foot steps out like this, and I step, you can see how it steps diagonally. Like, maybe I did step diagonally. There is a possibility of that, but probably not. There's a very good chance that the capture is incorrect and it moved me off center. Like, you can also see where the punch is going. So the punch should go pretty much centered down the line, right? From the shoulder. You can see how it's kind of curved. Now there is a rule, like especially when I'm teaching. So if you're gonna throw a jab or a cross or whatever, there's a snap at the end, right? But you don't hyperextend your elbow, so you do keep a little bit of a curve there. So that is true, but you want to align with your shoulder. So that some of this is correct, but that shoulder I think should be more forward, and this foot placement should not be here. This is off the line. Little things like that, but this one, like I said, is the cleaner of many of these. But if I go back and grab, let me grab a walking animation. That one's really obvious. So here we are. If I go back, you can see already, the moment I start to move, it has me tracked off the axis. And if I walk back, see how I walk back diagonally? And then as I go to walk forward, the walk forward is diagonal. Now, I'm not walking diagonally when I do this recording. I am straight back, and then I walk straight forward from the capture device. So it's just one of those weird tweaks where it comes in a bit skewed, and if you watch like my legs as I'm walking, this is a bit weird. The way the hips open. My knee does not bend sideways. You can see it's bent sideways here. My hand cannot pass through my hip. So like there's just little artifacts in the capture software. Well, technically that's an artifact in the capture hardware. And there's one right there. You can see the arm is doing something goofy. It went back. The elbow's broken. The elbow doesn't go back that far. And it's also tweaked to the side. But what the motion capture is really good at doing is capturing the personality of the walk. So, like if I'm walking like, I'm all tough, it'll capture that personality. So what I did, instead of sitting here cleaning this for hours, which is a pain, because you have to go in and smooth a bunch of the joints and reorient them, and it makes the capture process way longer than necessary. So what I was doing instead. Let me go ahead and grab off of documents. Where's Maya? Projects, default, scenes. Where is TGC? And let's go to Selden. I'll go to my mocap, and you can see my manual alignment folder. And I'll pop these up so you can see what these are doing. Let's get Roundhouse. I think that'll be a good demo. I don't see the skeleton imported. Let me get the reference for that. I know, my file system's just awful. I'm gonna pull from here, output, cleaned. 24 FPS, okay. So what I did is I trimmed up the animation and I got it tweened to about 24 FPS, which is what I'm capturing this at. And you can see here on frame 1, I'm going to go into a fighting stance, and I'm just lining up my character relative to the skeleton. It doesn't have to be exact, it just needs to have the pose similar. And you can see the way I have his stance kind of forward. Instead of having the foot turned weird, it's straight. This one's, the weight is just distributed pretty evenly. Let me get this out to 24. And you can see I have my kick. So I would position the skeleton, and then I would match that kicking angle. I would manually just pose him to the kicking angle. Now this has been readjusted, so once I got the pose captured, I then adjusted the timing so that it would be quicker. So up and then kick. Now this one's a bit stiff, so once I got the base poses in that I wanted, I went back and I did where is Roundhouse? Is that that's the rough one? Here's the fast smooth. Come on, you. Well, it's taking 10 years. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. What is my speed right now? I'm at 10,000 kps. So maybe this is just hogging it. Let me refresh and capture the thing. Wow, this is creeping. Creeping along. Come on, you. That's depressing. I will not be saving this one. Continue. Okay, so once I got the poses that I wanted extracted, I then sped it up, or I got it a little bit quicker, and then I made it a little bit more fluid. And there we go. Now it is a bit jittery, just because it's the more frames that you have for an animation, the smoother the animation is. But the trade-off is the more frames that you have for an animation, the slower it is. So depending on your frame rate, you gotta kind of dial it down. So I'm capturing this at 24 FPS. So that's 24 frames per second. I'm not going to have, if I'm capturing at 60 FPS, I would have 60 frames per second. So that, for example, half of a second at 60 FPS is 30 frames, right? So I have more frame data available if I run it at 60 FPS. So I would have a much smoother animation at 60 for that frame rate. So for this, I'm at 9 frames at 24 FPS, so I don't have as many frames to play with, so it's going to be a little bit jittery. Unreal does have some smoothing options for that, but it's easier to hand animate at a lower frame rate than it is to do it at a higher frame rate. So this is simpler to tweak by hand at 24 than it is at 60. So that's why I'm doing it that way. So fewer frames make it look a little bit faster, and Unreal will smooth this out, which you see here. So when I throw that kick, bam. Unreal's pretty good at smoothing it. Same thing with the punches. But that's what I did to tweak these up. So I made the rough animations to make sure that they're where I need them to be, and then I went and did the mocap and did some quick adjustments and, you know, how I wanted those poses. I haven't done the walk cycle yet. I kind of like the way the walk is here. I want a little bit more personality on the walk, but it's very stiff. So I'm probably going to recapture the walk, and because I don't like what I captured recently. I didn't do the crouch. The crouch is still by hand, but the crouch looks fine. The jump is by hand, but the jump looks fine. There is a bit of a transition issue between crouching. So I can crouch from idle just fine. If I jump and then crouch out of jump, there's a transition state where it tries to go back to idle before it goes to crouch. So I need to capture that and prevent it from trying to do that. So that's just one extra step I have to take. Because if I'm walking and I go to crouch, that's instantaneous. I don't see a jitter. That transition's great. If I throw a punch and go to crouch, there's a jitter because the punch tries to go back to idle and then it tries to go to crouch. So I just have to figure out the timing on that. Same thing with kick. But I can go from punch to kick just fine. You know, these guys don't really have any jitter. That transition's great. That low kick is fine, you know. I do have to fix the up and diagonal. Of course, he's sliding. He shouldn't be able to do that. And then these are just a little bit stiff. Like this one's a little bit more fluid than that one. But I can make this a little bit better. But that's all par for the course. I wanted to take a break from doing the animations just to get the movement down for the actual game. So the bit of a trap that I got myself into because I was focused so much on doing animations, I forgot about the necessity of gameplay. So when I went back to test out gameplay, I was like, oh, well, this is too stiff. This is not fluid enough. This is whatever. So I fixed how quickly I want my jump to interact and my air control so that I can actually platform. I couldn't platform for the way it was set up, so I've dialed in platforming a little bit better. There is a bit of a hiccup coming off the edge, and you can see with the player capsule. Because I have the player capsule pretty tight on the player, I just drop here. I slide off when I get to the edge. So I'm going to have to build in some coyote frames so that, you know, they did that in Celeste and a few other Metroidvanias, because where you see the edge and where your natural timing would be doesn't always line up. So I, as a player, would probably hit the button about here. But I'm clearly off the object at that point, right? So I have two choices. I can force the player to adapt to where the edges are, which is kind of annoying. It's against your natural rhythm. So I would hit the button when I see the edge, but I'm generally past the edge. Like the natural point where the input would be, I'm past that. So I need to work in some coyote frames here. The other option is I could make sure that the platforms themselves are always bigger, and then that gives my brain a little bit more time to adapt to where the timing is, but the same problem would still exist where I would want to naturally hit it at the edge, but that's not where the edge is. The edge is there, and my brain wants to be here. So that's a thing I'm working on. Another thing I was tweaking is the camera. You can say put these boundaries on the camera. And I want some play in the camera. So like when I jump, I don't want the camera to follow me instantly when I jump. I only want the camera to follow me if I'm out of a certain position. So for example, when I get to this is fine. Being able to move in this space visually on screen is perfectly fine. Having the character be able to move to about here, or here, left or right, and then outside this boundary, upward, before the camera moves, is fine. Because that'll give you a little bit more play, and then allow the camera to update afterward. Because when the camera updates immediately, that can be a bit jarring. So having a little bit of a transition between them is a little bit better, I think. And there are some edge cases, like I can do this jump. Remember that last time when I was jumping and trying to continuously jump as I move forward, the character was slowing down in midair and then dropping. So I tweaked how much air control I have. So if I jump and then move, you know, that's fine, and I can change direction. It does allow a little bit of a float, but it allows for more control. So, and that's one of those situations there where I went to hit it, but I didn't get the edge. So today, I want to add in the ability to dash. Right now I can't dash. I'm at a constant speed and I can't run. So I want to be able to double tap and initiate dash, and then out of dash transition into running. So that's kind of like the goal for this session. So I don't need Maya up. That's just going to burn off memory. And we can close Unreal. Let me get rid of this. I did completely overhaul my input system. So I'm using, I don't know what you remember last time we were here. So the new input system, I went ahead and did this. So we have the button, you know, being pressed. So started is pressed, completed is released. Instead of, I know you might be like, well, why don't you just name it pressed and released? And the answer is because this is what Unreal calls it. Unreal calls it started and completed. And so I'm making the names of my functions line up with what the naming convention is in Unreal, so that if somebody else is working on this, they understand what those are. And it also is going to help my brain when I'm working with it. I'm going to go, what the heck is started? You know, so it's just being consistent with the naming convention. So on started, I capture the fact that I pushed the button. This event, I really hate the new input system. I can't stress that enough. I'll probably do a video on it at some point about why I don't like the new input system. But the general reason is, in programming, if something is hard, if something is difficult, you're doing it wrong. Like a complex system really should not be a complex system. It should be a collection of simple systems that create a complex system, right? like the organs in your body are complex systems, but they're supported by smaller, less complex systems. Okay? It's such a pain in the butt to get movement started in Unreal. It always has been, but it's way worse now. You can't just start an Unreal project up and get input done in like a minute. You can't do it. It's just not possible. You have to go in, you have to create input objects. You have to then associate those input objects with the new input system. You then have to go in and set up the mapping context for that. So the mapping context handles all the actual key bindings. And then you have to take that information and then associate what you want those things to do. The idea of the new input system is good. The implementation is awful. So I'm doing sort of an old setup here. What you would normally do is you would set up a Boolean, for example, to check if it was pressed or released. So you can say I have a bool set up, pressed, released, true. And then I have a thing that captures my tap counts. But you have to do that per button, right? And that's kind of an inefficient workflow to do it the old way. So if you have, on your keyboard, for example, you got, 100 different keys. So to have a separate bool and a separate tap count for each one of those is kind of inefficient. Same thing on your controller. Your controller has if you consider the face buttons, you get 4, then you got 8 of those plus your diagonals, so you got, it just ramps up very quickly. What was it? Was this like 24 buttons or whatever on here that you have to keep track of? So now I have, triangle, for example, pressed and released and held and all those things, and it's tap counts and whatever. So if you go look at my header for this, you can see here's my kick button, and it's pressed and released. It's pressed and held time, tap count, right? For each button I have to have this stuff. So what they tried to do is to keep you from having to build this every time you want to do input. They're like, hey, if we create an input class, and inside that input class object, we already have this stuff built for you that already does these timing checks, it'll speed up your workflow. Great idea. Love it. But it's not an out-of-the-box, it's not a turnkey solution. To give you an example, if you are in Unity or GameMaker, or you're writing your own game engine, you would grab the key, you would pulse check to see if the key is being interacted with, and then you have movement. You say, is key doing a thing? Here's movement. That's it. It's like, is key, yes, no, movement. That's all you do. But you can't do that here. You gotta set up all this extra crap before you can even get access to a key binding. That's not even the key setup, that's just the binding of the key before you can even get it to interact with anything. And that turns off a lot of people when they jump into Unreal. So there's that. So anyway, I went back and converted. I'm basically using the new input system because I kind of have to. Because they're trying to get rid of the old input system, and if I were to move on to the next update and they've removed it, then I would have to go do this anyway. But I'm using the new input system, but I've kind of mixed it with the old style to kind of get the result that I want. So I'm individually checking each key. Even though these do get checked internally, I can have this thing's internal, and I'll just show it to you. I know, I'm ranting more than I'm working. That's what these videos are. It's for me to complain. So if I go down to my inputs here, these are the inputs I have mapped for the controller. And if I open one, you can say I can have a trigger, so a trigger for if it's going to be released or not, if it's a Boolean. And then for timings, on the context here, so here's trigger inputs. I can add a trigger if I want to. I can add a modifier and figure out, you know, its scale or its zone, or let me look for, like if I want to do a tap, I can add that, and then here's the timing threshold and, you know, number of taps and all that stuff. It's kind of a thing that you can add on and build in to make life a little bit easier. But here's the problem. If I want to combine inputs, so if I want to say press left and then an attack button to get, I don't know, like a super attack. So if I tap attack and he throws a punch, right? And then I tap forward and then attack, and maybe he throws, you know, scorpion spear instead. That's a separate input chain. So in order to read that I've had two different inputs, I have to, because these input functions are only checking for the one thing, right? I then have to create a new input action that is a chorded, they call it chorded actions, but you can see that here. Or they also have a combo action. They're kind of similar, they do something similar, but on the chorded action, I then have a list of what action I'm combining it with. So I want this to be combined with my, I don't know, my kick button, and then I want that to also be chorded with, I don't know, my down button or whatever. Did I do a chorded? Whatever, or up, right? And those are supposed to read the satisfied response from one key and then check the satisfied response from the other key, and they do a bit of an internal Boolean check to see if both keys are hit. I hate doing that. It's buggy. It doesn't quite. It's not super nice, but I do like that they put it in there. But then I have to create a whole new input action for that. And what if I'm stringing in, you know, like a Mortal Kombat kind of move, like forward, forward, back, forward, low kick, you know, and then that does like a jumping move or something, like Liu Kang's bicycle kick or something. Well, then I'm chording a bunch of these together, and how are the timings working out? I find this to be, I mean, maybe it's just my lack of understanding on the system, but I find this to be more of a headache than just mapping them by hand. So if I map these by hand, right, I get pressed, released, whatever. I just grab the bools and I can just check them on here. So I have my thing that checks my taps. I got a thing that checks my held times, and then here we go. So I'm checking my state, the direction of the player, and then what action I'm doing. So if I'm pressing the left button, for example, if that's pressed, then I perform, you know, my turn, right? And then I can say, hey, well, I can also check if it's pressed and then held or whatever, so I can check against those different bools. The only thing I'm not doing here is I don't have a consumed button. So when I do run this, because this is running on tick, it does check this every time. But the way that this works is to not have an animation being pulled multiple. So like if I hold the left key, and let me go ahead and stop the debugger so I don't save any of that work, and I'll just rerun it. So for example, if I'm facing to the right, and if I hit, left, he turns and goes. He doesn't just spin in a circle, right? He doesn't constantly just enter the left turn state. He does his action and he exits. Well, that happens because on the call, I'm checking what state should he be in for the turn to be initiated. And then if I'm in the idle state and I am facing to the right, you can see that here, and I push the left button, then I need to go to idle turn, and I need to face toward the left. Right? If I'm facing to the right and I push left, I should turn to the left. That's how that's set up. So the moment this gets checked on that one frame, and then it transitions to this particular animation. So now I'm in this animation. I'm no longer in this, so this case becomes false, and then this doesn't get checked every cycle. Right? I mean, it does get checked every cycle, but it doesn't activate every cycle. And then same thing for the other direction. And then these are handled internally. So when this gets called, it'll jump to whatever that state is. It'll grab the animation file to run. And then I have some general checks for what gets played, whether or not it loops, and then what its transition state is. So when that animation ends, there's a function that updates it and naturally says, hey, now you should go do this particular state. So I have that changing hands there. But I find that to be way more manageable than trying to have different functions that are trying to communicate to each other than to just check whether or not it is or isn't being interacted with. So, but yeah, so that's what I'm doing. So that said, I'm going to jump down and do my dash. So player controller here. Boom, boom, boom. I want to initiate dash. Let me go down to my move section. I'll branch that off there. So there's turn. I'm just trying to keep it organized. Punching attacks, whatever not. Oh, I didn't label this. This is move. Yeah. So for moving, hooray. Now I have move being the last thing being checked because everything else can get checked first. I actually have idle happening before that, so if I'm not pushing any keys, then I can go and move. Just because in the function things are executed in series. So, and then I know my if statements look a bit weird, but I find this to be the most visual way of doing it. Otherwise, it's just off the screen and it's hard to follow because I have so many things that are being checked here. All right, so idle kicks, idle attacks. I want to dash. I guess I'll go up. And if I find it interrupting anything, I'll just move it. So idle to walk, idle turn. Let's do, and you can see how these kind of get obnoxious going off the screen. So that's why I started doing this. So idle to dash. So I'm going to do my if, and I'm going to try to do this. Yeah. So I'll get my player state, and I'll just check if it's idle. So I can be an idle, I can be an my walking animation, my stopping animation. I can pretty much be in any of my animations. So, a couple of options. I can just check to see if I'm in my dash. Like if I'm not in my dash state, then I can just be in all. That probably made no sense when I said it, but my brain says it makes sense. So I'm going to go into here. So I get dashing. Yeah. Okay, so dashing's already there. So I'll just say if I'm not in the dash state, and a couple states that I shouldn't be in. Well, I do want to be a dash out of jump, so I'll probably leave that okay. I can't dash out of crouch, probably not. But I could probably dash safely out of uncrouch, because as I'm coming out of crouch. But if I'm holding the crouch button and I hit dash, that would be a headache. So let's say I'm dashing and then dashing and daring. Let's see, we also want to make sure we're facing a certain direction. So, and player direction, we'll see if we're equal to the left. If we're facing left, what else we need? And I want to see the tap for the left button. So we'll say, let's get tap count. We want that for left. How many taps do I have stored on there? Okay. And then what am I doing to check the tap count? So tap count, I'm just checking tap time. Tap count's actually being held on the button itself, so so if the tap count is greater than or equal to the IA left, let's get the max. Make sure I'm getting this thing correctly. Max tap count. So if those are true, then I would go into the dash animation, but I don't have one. So right now I'll do player change state. We'll do E states dashing. And then we want to be facing the left, so E facing, we'll just pop in left. Really, I could just pass in the current, because if I'm already facing left, then I can just pass in the current direction. So I don't actually have to be very specific here. But I will be specific in this case. And then there is a check to see if I need to change the direction after initiating, but the answer to that is generally no, so I'm not going to change that. So now comes the question of where do I want to put what happens next? So I can store, so for my dash state, for example, you know, I have the dash animation and that stuff being checked in there, but do I want to set up a separate function for activating dash and turning dash on, you know, turning dash on and off? Or do I want to handle that on the state? Or do I want to just call it here? You know, where do you put the things, right? I think it makes sense. I think it makes the most sense to, on the state for this, to you know, check the dashing value. The only issue is when I stop dashing. You know, when does that get called? So once it's initiated, how do I stop it? Do I go back into the idle state and have that being checked? You know, which one? So I'm going to have to organize what that is going to be. I don't actually have an animation for this one, though. So I'll grab that. Let me do an else if. Technically, I don't have to check this part again. I could do this section as an embedded if, you know, as a nested if statement. That would also work. But I'll do right, and then I'll do right. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. So right, right. Now, when do I want to set this count back to 0? Do I want to set this back to 0 once we're in here? Or do I want to set this back to 0 on the button itself? Let's take a look. I think it makes the most sense to have the button update itself. So I'm going to go to my left and my right buttons. So for here on my left tap count, if it's less than the tap count, then we're going to increase it, and then I'll do an else if the tap count. I could do an else, but I want to be very specific just so I don't trap myself. If my tap count is greater than or equal to the max tap count. This is where it could be a bit tricky, because if I set it back to 0 here, then by time it gets down to being checked anywhere else, it would be back to 0. But my tap timing is already setting it to 0. So I'm probably okay. I probably don't need to do that. If there's a problem, I'll set it. Sometimes my brain doesn't catch up to my ideas. And then this one needs to go to the right as well. Hey, how's it going? I see some peeps, concurrent viewers. I got 4 people. Woo! How's your Saturday going? Now, how do I want to initiate the response for the dash? Because I can go into the state and I can set up all the actions there on the state. But in some cases I didn't do that. So for like crouch, I do have a function that calls, crouch and uncrouch. And same thing for jump. I have an independent function that calls jump, the action for jump, and stop jumping. But then the state, the animation state for those, I have those being separate. Maybe it's better to do that on the state itself. The reason I kept those two separate is Unreal has its own jump function. So if I jump over, see what I did there? It's called jump start. So on my jump function here, that gets called, and then it calls the jump that is actually on the character controller, or the character there. Why won't you let me go into the tag? Thank you. So a character has jump built in. So I'm calling that function, which handles the logic for launching the character. So in that case, I have it separate. But I could call this on the jump state. The reason I didn't, not just because I have that, but also because there's the stop jumping call. So stop jumping happens when you let go of the button. So the amount of pressure or the length of time that you have when you push the button down is how long jumping lasts. So in theory, if I hold the button down for a quick tap and release, the character will jump a little bit and then start dropping. If I hold the button down for the entire duration, the character goes max height and then comes down. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. So should I then call the function for this for dashing? I don't know. I don't know how I want to do it. Because really, dashing is an extension of movement. So I could go into the movement function and modify this to check if I'm in, the walking state versus the dashing state versus the running state. I don't always know the best solution, so I think I'll experiment here. Let's do this one as if state is E state. So walking start, walking, or no. No, I don't want to do that. Sometimes my brain doesn't catch up to my logic. I'm going to do it this way. I'll get the direction because I still want movement to be able to happen. I think it would be better if I set a simple bool, and then instead of just checking the state, because in this particular case, like for movement left and right, there are a number of states that I could be in for movement, but I still want the character to be able to move whether or not I'm turning left and right, whether or not I'm starting to walk versus walking. You know, I could be very discreet and be like, well, if it's, you know, walk start versus walking versus crouching versus whatever, I could be very specific on that, and I did that earlier. You can see that in, which one is it? This one. You can see I was very specific. But I ran into a hang-up where the movement was a bit stiff, so I rewrote it for this. I'm just playing in my head. So if I enter the dashing state and I run it off of the dashing state, then let's say I'm dashing and then I hit the jump button, right? Well, then I'm no longer in the dashing state. I'm in a dashing jump state, right? So I haven't accounted for that yet. So what do I do in this case? If I do it as a bool, then I can have that bool checked and then have the condition for if I change direction, then maybe it gets shut off. Or if I let go and go back to idle, then it gets shut off. Do I have a bool set up already? Let me take a peek. I may have set one earlier. Current position, walking timer. Move speed, jump speed, facing right, facing left, which I actually am not using these. I could probably get rid of them. I'm not using is turning either. I'm not using that one either. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'll do an is dashing. The general rule in Unreal for Booleans is, you know, little b and then whatever, and I haven't been following the convention. Dashing. So really this should be, but I'm not using those. But I'll do b is dashing. Be consistent. And I'm not using these, so I think I can pull those off. Facing right, turning left. And then I'll have this bool get set when I enter the dash state. I think that'll be fair. Let's go up to dash state. You can see right now there's nothing in here. Originally I was thinking of setting the movement speed this way. But I think I'm just going to set the bool here, and then of course I could go through each state and have that bool be checked, but I think I'll just have it here, and then have this be unchecked in certain spots. Let's go to movement again. We're not going there. This one, okay. So if we are not dashing, then we'll do the walk speed. And then the else will be now I do have an initial dash speed. So a dash speed on ground. So the question is, should I do a consistent just move into running, or should I do dash and then after a few seconds that burns off and becomes my run speed? I think for prototyping purposes, I'm just going to have it go to run speed. So I'll make this minus run speed. maybe I have a check for dashing versus running, but I haven't decided yet. So B is dashing. And then under what condition do I set that boolean? I think I know right now all this is doing is setting a bool, but it eventually will grab an animation for dashing left or right, so I do need to have these be discrete left or right calls. Dashing will not stop if the jump button is initiated, so we'll go down and let's check. I could do it right on idle. This only fires if no keys are pressed, though. So I need to have it check if that key is released. So I think I'll just put this under dash for now. Have dash and stop dashing for organization and just easy finding. Where did I put dash? There's falling, turning, jump, dash. And how do I want to do stop dashing? So I can do this. I can check the bool to see if the bool is ticked. And I need to see if the button for my direction is being released. So let's do player direction. We'll check if we're facing left, and player dot is dashing. All right, so if we're facing left and we're currently dashing, and the left key is not pressed, so we'll say not BIA left pressed, and we'll also get BIA left held. So if we're not held or either of these, right? Yeah, so if we are dashing, but then we let go of the button. So if we're no longer pressed and we're not held. Then we want B is dashing. And really, I should have a function that calls that and activates that bool, just so it's cleaner, right? But it doesn't really matter. And then I'll do this for the other opposite side. Now you might be thinking, well, why don't you do or? And the reason I'm not doing an or situation is if I'm holding left and dash is initiated, and because this function is being checked, my input function is being checked on a tick. If it says if left is not pressed or right is not pressed, then dashing is false. Then it's going to go in and tick it every time. But in this case, because I could be dashing left or right, or once flight is initiated, I could dash up or down. I need to check to see what button currently got released and what direction we were facing. So this is kind of like my way of doing that. Right. Took me a second to figure out what the opposite of left was. That's why you shouldn't do this when you're tired. And then I should put in the case for going down, but I haven't set that up yet. I guess I could set it up now. Let me check left and right first, and then I can add down. Okay, so assuming that works, I should be able to double tap left or right, and the character should move faster left or right. And to initiate the dash, to have the initial push off, I could do it as a physics response, as a physics impulse to push. Or I could just have an initial dash speed be faster, and then it tick down. The physics response is a lot quicker because it's less I have to do on my end, because the physics engine would give it the initial push, and the drag from that would eventually slow it down. So I can always do it that way. Let's see. So if I'm walking, and then if I double tap, I actually can't tell if I am dashing. So let's get that as Selden. We'll grab him, and we'll get the dash variable. Okay, so that's not being ticked. Maybe I'm not fast enough to initiate it. I'm gonna hit the button here, see what happens. So when I go to press it, it auto goes to false. Unless I don't have it set to write in editor. It is read write, I think. It is read write, so I should be able to override it in editor. Okay, so there's something wrong with my logic here. Let's clean that up. Let's go to my controller, and I'm going to block out this. And we'll just check this case here. So if we're not dashing and we are facing to the left and we have the left tap count greater than or equal to the max tap count, we should enter the dashing state and go left. And then the opposite would be true for right. Well, same thing, but okay. I'm pretty sure I tested my taps to make sure the tap counts were checking when I started building this, but I can double check while I'm here. Let's see what happens when I hit play. Can't tell there, but I'm going to venture a guess and say probably not. Let's get the player controller. Take a look at the controller and get the, let's get tap values here. So I'm not getting enough. Yeah, it's being set back to 0 before I can get to there. Weird. So my right tap time is there. Where's the max tap time? I don't see tap time on here. Oh, there's left tap time. But I don't see the default tap time. What is default tap time set to? I have them both set. So max tap time is 0.5. And the held time 0.8. Held time, I think, does tick. Well, it has to, because I use it. Yeah, because held time ticks. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah. I could have sworn I tested my taps to make sure that they were doing their job. What is going on with that? Alright. Where is you? Let's check the tap times here. So up, down, left. Tap time and tap count. That's held time. Okay, so check tap time. Take in the button and the tap count. I'm not using that millisecond offset. I don't need that. Well, maybe I'll put the millisecond offset back on. So if my tap count is greater than 0, then I want to start counting. And then if the tap time is greater than default time. Yeah, because that's just going to there. Let me just change the default max tap time to a much larger number and see if it works. So I'll make the tap time something absurd, just to see if it'll tick up. Player controller. Where are you at? Let's do left. I'll pull up that. Alright, so tap time is holding. I got my 2 taps. Of course, I'm locked into this state. I can't get out of it. I'm now dashing. But in theory, I should also be moving faster from my dashing state. And I can't get out of it, but it's pretty funny. Alright, so that starts yeah, that's weird. Let's make... I wonder why I have those so low. Bum, bum, bum. I don't remember. Oh. I got a random call from New York. Weird. Is that a likely scam? Probably. Alrighty. Yeah, okay, so I think I was dividing by my offset. Player controller, let's get our left. Okay, so that's counting. But that should have ended a long time ago. If I don't do the millisecond offset, I can do point. It doesn't really matter. System clock is system clock, so I probably don't need that. So instead of doing that, let me adjust this to like 0.2. I'll put a little note here. Was 5. And then from there, I can probably adjust the held time. Although the held time is okay. Players. Oh, I have to hit play first. Alright. So left. I don't know if I'm getting it or not, but I'm in dashing, so that's a good sign. I can't turn because I don't have it set up that I'm allowed to turn while dashing. But I can enter the dash state. All right. So I am technically dashing. Then idle happened, and I can turn. So let me get Selden. And I want to get the walk speed. What is my dash speed? I think my run speed. I think my run speed's only 400, not 600. So I'm in dashing, but my walk speed hasn't changed. I should see that change. So I'll just grab all of my speeds. Yeah, run speed is 600, so that should have jumped to 600 when I entered that state. But it did not. Why? Well, let's take a peek. We can come back in here and grab the debugger for this. I'm gonna go to here. And get either one. Well, I can't do the right side right now. So left side is all I need. All right, and we'll initiate the dash. Okay, so technically I am in dashing state. So if I hover over, this should be true. And then if I enter, my move speed is minus 600. So that should be correct. But you know what isn't correct? I'm not changing the default max walk speed of the player controller. Sorry. Upon that realization that I'm not modifying the... So in Unreal, let me go ahead and back up so you can see what I'm talking about. In Unreal, your character movement component has a max walk speed. And I actually don't have it set here. The default walk speed is 300, or I think. Might be 600. But whatever. I changed the max walk speed, the default max walk speed, to 300. I'm pretty sure in the defaults. Let me check. Maybe I never did. Maybe I never did. I'm going to hit play on here. Let me get him, and let me get max walk speed. So my max walk speed is currently 600. So he's actually moving a bit quick. Oh, right, because I have the breakpoint there. So I never changed the default walk speed. So really, my move function isn't doing anything. Huh. Because this is being driven internally. Unreal handles this through the physics engine. I can ignore this. I can turn this off and use my own, which is what I started to do at one point, and I was like, you know, one of the main reasons of using Unreal over Unity is it has a better physics engine. It's got a better renderer. It's got better finite control over my character, because I can modify memory. I can go back out to all the base components and modify all those. A little bit nicer. You have to pay a premium to get Unity source code. You don't have to pay anything for Unreal source code. And a few other things, despite the headache of the input system. And I also don't like the way Unreal draws sprites to the screen. That's a bit inconvenient. But the physics engine is really good. So I was like, if I'm not going to use the physics engine, why am I using Unreal? Why am I going through the headache? You know, I could use Unity for that. So I later went back and just decided to use the physics engine for handling things like acceleration and dampening and that sort of stuff. That way I don't have to rewrite physics, which is what I'm using here. So acceleration. Right now I just have them being at goofy speeds because I want acceleration to be very quick. I don't want it to feel like forever for the character to ramp up to max speed. And I also don't want the character to take too long to break in certain things. But I do want to have some limitations on air control and whatever. And this is all built in already. So I was like, well, I'll just take advantage of it. But I never changed that max walk speed. It should be a bit slower by default. And you can see I set them here. I set mine here. I don't know why I never set those. And begin play, I have that set to idle. I'm just gonna branch through here and just kind of skim and see what I was thinking. Yeah, I do have a stop moving function, but I'm not using it. All that stuff. Okay. There's a thing I have to do. Hey, and how's it going? So you were saying Unreal has so much stuff I wouldn't use in my game, causes too much overhead because their systems are built to be versatile and work for many different games. So there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, so that is one of the downsides about... so a nice thing about Unity is when you first open up your project, there's nothing in it, right? If you want something in it, you have to go turn that feature on. You have to go download that package, and you only add to your project what you need. That's kind of how it should be. When you're opening up a system, you add the things that you need. Unreal is the opposite. They give you everything up front, and you have to kind of go through and disable a bunch of stuff to get what you want. So out of the box, Unreal is set up for making first-person shooters, for making the next Fortnite. That's what it's out of the box is set up to do. So all the physics and all that is ready to go for that particular thing. If that's not what you're building, then you got to go and change all that stuff. So that is the trade-off. Yeah. Game Maker is, like Unity. You open it up and there's nothing in it. You only add what you need. Godot is the same way. You open it up and you add what you need. But as long as you know that going in, you can plan around that. I do find it to be a bit of a headache for if I'm making anything but a FPS game, I have to go in and do that. But yeah. But upon my realization that I wasn't using that, I need to go and I'm gonna break my game real quick. Yeah, so I'm calling move, and that brings me up to here. And then inside of my move function, not stop moving, the other one. Yeah, inside my move function, I grab add movement input. So what add movement input does, and we can probably take a look at this if it's available. So that goes into the pawn class, and this applies your input, and that goes into their physics engine. I probably can't go down far enough to see all of it, but you can kind of see here. How far down can I go into the rabbit hole? Yeah, so that's getting in there. It's checking the force amount. And then we can get is moving ignored. That just returns out the controller. I think I'm as far down into the hole as I can go there. I feel like I'm going in a circle. But that applies whatever your input value is. So if I hover over this, so we get our world direction and then the scalar value, usually 1. So I'm passing in this, and this scalar value, I think it's capped at 1. I'm pretty sure it's just capped at 1. Because I should be putting in, a movement speed of 300 from here, and that should be what I'm getting, but I'm not. So I'm pretty sure it's capped at 100, or capped at 1. What I need to be doing, instead of doing this, I should be swapping the move speeds out. But I am getting a negative and positive value out of it. Yeah, I really want to see further down into this. It's set up as a scale value. Well, it says scale value. Let's go to the pod movement component. I don't see anything capping it, though. I am going to... Generally, when you pass this in, that is from an input value from from your controller, like from an axis input, and typically it's within the range of 0 to 1. Let me just pop in. Well, here, let me do this. We'll do it this way. That way I don't have to worry about direction. Crap. I hit F5. I'll put move speed back in there, and I'll swap this out. 0.5. I'll be consistent. Yeah, my speed hasn't been affected at all, but I can tell. Not the controller, I want him. And what is my walk speed? It doesn't really show it's been changed either. I should see that change, but I don't. Bizarre. I'm gonna have to rebuild this, but instead, yeah, because I'm not using that really. If I do what I was doing before, and I pass it directly into the velocity, that works. That would work the way I want. So instead of that, let's do get character movement. Max walk speed. I was just thinking about how I want to apply this. I will do it negative move speed. And I'll do this one as a positive move speed. I'll just leave move speed in here for now since this doesn't seem to matter. But I need to have something going into movement input. I just don't feel like moving something else around. So for left and right, that'll work. And then above this, I can specify whatever move speed is going to be. So if I am in my dashing state, then my move speed should be my dashing speed. Or in this case, my running speed. And then else, move speed will be my walking speed. And then that gets passed along to this. Even though the flat amount of this doesn't matter for this thing, but it's fine. Let's see how that goes. All right, we're back up. We go out here a little bit, and then let me see about dashing. In dashing state, but I don't seem to be moving any quicker. Where is max walk speed? I should see that changing. I don't see that changing at all. Okay. Let me... I'll flag one of those. It doesn't really matter which one. Am I in the wrong function? I'm in the wrong one. I'm in the old one. I'm not using this one. I'm using this one. That's fine. So let me grab you. Yes. Except this is going to be the lowercase direction. Downside about having overload functions. If you forget which one you're working in, things might not work. Sorry, and I'm responding to the text. Okay. Let's see where I'm at here. There you go. Walk speed is much more reasonable for how he's walking. Although I don't see it kicking for going this direction. I wonder why. Hold up. What did I break? we're feeding in the direction, so if we're facing left, we get the negative move speed. Okay, then. Oh, I'm being silly. Yeah. The value for move speed, I'm pretty sure, for max walk speed, I'm pretty sure this is evaluated greater than 0. So I don't think I can pass in a negative value to it. Where are you at here? Pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, maintain ground speed while walking, also determines maximum lateral speed. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a positive, always. Let me go back and rewrite that. So what I'll do is a bit messy, but basically, why are there 2 semicolons? I'm gonna pop this guy here, and then that's right. This is what's happening. Okay. That should be good enough. Yeah, positive, negative. I could multiply by -1, and then it doesn't matter. Missed messages from what? Oh, on Discord? I'm getting spammed on Discord. Alright. How much stupidity can I get into in one day? That looks a little better. A bit of a sluggish walk, but I think the pace is more in line with how quick his legs are moving. And now there's the dash. So now I've entered dash speed. Of course, I haven't gone back down to walking normal. And I haven't actually tested to see if that walking speed is even manageable. I might do 600 as the base walking speed and do like, I don't know, 900 for the running speed or something. Just because I got used to it. So Selden... Oh, I can't check him if he's dead. I gotta make sure he's alive. The entity must exist. Okay, so I'm looking for... the dashing variable. So is dashing. So right now I'm not dashing. Now I am dashing. Yay, dashing is working from that direction. Of course, I'm in the dashing state. But now I should be out of the dashing state. Dashing should be back off. And if let me go ahead and just uncheck the box manually. And now I'm back down. So that's just not being unchecked. Let's see how this is. Wow, this is kind of slow. It's not fast enough to get across here, though. That's why you would dash, right? I could hear. There we go. Initiate the dash. Although, maybe this is a bit too fast, right? It's been a minute since I played Hollow Knight, so, but they have a really nice speed amount for traveling. For walking, I think their walk speed's probably on par with 350-ish or 400-ish. If I were to compare to Unreal's speed values. Let me do my walk speed. So my walk speed is currently set to 300. Let me do 350 and see how that is. Oh, am I still in the dash state? Hold on a second. I am. That might be alright. Might take it up to 400. I don't know if that difference is really being applied here. But I'll know if I can make this jump. I can make the jump. So I am slightly faster here. And now I'm in dash. Okay, let's go solve the can't stop dashing situation. That's on my player controller. Okay. If I go back up to top here, I disabled my dash, my stop dashing. So I'll turn stop dashing back on, and let's see if that triggers the way it's supposed to trigger. Also, I need to be able to go back into idle. And so on the idle, let me make sure I include dashing as a possible case. Alright, so if I was in the walk state, start walking, stop walking, or I'll just break the or down here. Because a lot of the states naturally transition back to idle. but the dashing state doesn't have a transition in it, so I do have to call it here. My start walk, to kind of get an idea how this works, start walk transitions into walking, and then walking is a loop, so walking always plays. And then when I let go of walking, if I'm in the walking state and I let go of the button, it naturally jumps into the stop walking state. And then stop walking transitions into idle once it's finished. So that's kind of how these are being called. But because walking itself is always on a loop, it doesn't have a transition state, so that's why it has to be called here, right? So when I let go of all the buttons, so here's all the buttons being let go, then I am in that one. So let's go ahead and add dashing to our list, and I'll just steal that off of here, and I'll make this dashing. I guess I could add running to this list. It's not there yet, but so for the dashing, I think initially I was thinking of having the initial push off into a dash motion, so like you're like, ugh, and then you start running. I may remove that. You know, feature creep is a thing, so I may take that out and just do running instead of dashing. But from here, I should be able to go into dash, and if I let go, I'm back to walking. So if I'm dashing and then I turn around, I should be walking. So if I'm dashing here and I want to dash that way, I'd have to hit the button to initiate the dash. And the advantage of that is if I am dashing, let's see if this works, and then I jump, I should maintain momentum, but if I want to slow down, I can let go to give myself a little bit of control. Although I probably should let this burn off slower if I'm in the dashing. I should change the how quickly that works. I'm hitting that because I'm too slow. Ah. There we go. Yeah, and it looks like the, or at least it feels like it's okay for, so like if I'm nudging the character over, right now I'm just tapping to nudge, and you can see I'm not dashing here, but if I double tap, I can go into dash. See what kind of exploits I can get. For his capsule's a bit too high. I am going to shrink that. So what do I have it set up to? That's in Blueprint. We'll open the full Blueprint. This is something you can set in C++. If I go to my side view here, you can actually see, can I turn the grid off? Oh, that's grid snapping. Where is the actual grid? Show grid. Okay. You can actually see he's a bit forward of his capsule. The reason for that is when I modeled him with the heel centered on at 0, not center of the foot. So that does put him a bit forward on the capsule, but that's fine. This is my capsule boundary for world. This is not going to be my hitbox for attacking and damage and stuff. But the top of the head is just a bit tight in here. I think I want it to be a little bit narrower. So let me get this capsule. Right now my capsule height is, or half height is set to 85, but I think I'm going to do 84. If it's set to 84, then I should set the mesh to 84. Minus 84. Where is that at? Over here. Yeah, that's where the pivot on the heel is. So 84. Let's make it... I want him to be a bit taller than his capsule. So let's make this 80. We'll just make it 80. And let's drop him down to 80. That's way too tall. So... So maybe 83. Just a little bit taller than the capsule. I think that's good there. Maybe I should make this... No, I was thinking maybe I should make this super thin. That way this is really in line with the center of mass. The reason to not do that really just has to deal with using Unreal's physics engine for movement. Because this is already set up to use the physics engine. If I make it too thin, then I have to account for his width in some other way by making a secondary boundary box. And then I have to tell that boundary box to cancel momentum and all that stuff if I hit something. So it's just one additional headache. But I could do it. I could have that set up. I could have it anchored to like a spine joint or something for the torso. But for now, I think this is okay. We'll compile that. And I'm going to take the values here and I will put them in code, I think. Just so... Well, I don't have to. I was thinking about doing it just so if the blueprint breaks at any point when I regenerate the C++ files, it'll be created with the correct values. And blueprints break, so that's just something I should plan ahead for. Let's see how that is with his walking, though. So crouching looks about normal, walking. Yeah, so I definitely want coyote time there. The way I'm thinking of implementing coyote time is if I reach the edge of a platform, that it'll just spawn an invisible platform there for me to step on for like 1 frame, so I can still step off and fall, but if for that 1 frame where I was going to hit the button, it'll still let me jump. And that'll allow me to kind of get away with stuff like that. Because I should be hitting right on the edge of this. So what do you think? Do you think this is too slow? I mean, really, you have to play it to know, but it feels a bit slow. You know, game feels very important. to me, it feels a bit slow. I don't know if it looks slow to you, but it feels a little slow to me. But visually, this looks like the correct walking speed for his animation. Go back into Selden here. We'll get the walk speed. Yeah, so 300. Let me go to 400 on the walk speed, and then how does that grab me? $400 doesn't feel nearly as slow, because of course it's 100 units more. Visually, I think it does look a little quick, but and it does make it so that I can pass some of these. So maybe I'll bump it up and then have the dash speed be 600. So I'm a little bit faster on dash, but I'm not super fast on dash. Haven't decided, haven't settled on that. But we'll exit here. So yeah, I will set that. Ugh, I hate that. I hit a button, I hit the thing. Let's make the default for this 400. Run speed I'll leave at 6. I'm not using these yet, so I don't know about how those are going to go. I'm not really using these accelerations because I'm letting the physics engine deal with it, but I'll leave them for now. I may change my mind and go back to using my own physics. It just depends on what ends up feeling better for the use case. At some point I'll have to fix I'm lazy, but it works. Alright, so I need to create a function that allows me to scan ahead. What time is it? 4 o'clock? Almost 4? Okay. I need to be able to scan ahead, and then at the edge of the object, I need to spawn an actor. So let me make this actor real quick. I say real quick. Nothing I do is real quick. Let's go into my C++ classes here. I'm going to take a bio break, but this is what I'm thinking of. So think about this while I'm away. Do I want this to be a component? Is it better for certain objects to produce coyote blocks? Remember, the coyote blocks are going to be the blocks that are invisible that give me an extra frame of something to step on. Should I do those as a component that I can attach to any surface that needs to have that? Or should I do it for Selden so that Selden can evaluate whatever surface he's on and then just determine that way? I think number 2 is the better option, but if you were making your game, how would you do it? So let me know. I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick. And I can throw this away. Gotta get the ants out of here. She's playing Borderlands. I could play Borderlands and stream some Borderlands. I'm not a huge Borderlands person. She loves Borderlands. She'll play Borderlands all day. I can't blame her. I play Hollow Knight all day. Let me poke him and see if he wants to go run. Because it's almost 4, and I would like to get a run in today. I didn't get to run today because we had to do an event for work. So that took over my running time. But I didn't want to just go run and get tired and then not be able to program. Because I'm tired, I'm not very functional. My peak performance hours are between 6 and 10 in the morning. So, like, if I'm going to write, if I'm going to do code, those are my best hours. And then after that, you know, like 11 through... I'm not total dog crap until after, like, 2. But 11 to, like, 1:30-ish, I start to kind of peter out. And then 2:30-ish, between 2 and 3, I become really dumb. Like... I don't like to hold conversations between 2 and 3. I'm very sluggish and slow, and I can feel it. I can kind of hear it in my voice. And you ever talk to a drunk person, and that kind of like, like that? I feel like that, like mentally, that mental fog. After 3-ish, like 3:30-ish, approaching 4, like if I stay conscious, if I haven't napped and I stay awake in that time frame, I get my like second wind. So my second wind is hitting right about now. I can be physical when I'm in that like in that 2 to 3:30-ish window where I hit that heavy fog. I can be physical. I can run, I can jump, I can do martial arts, I can do all that stuff. But I can't stop moving. If I stop moving, I'll pass out. And it really sucks because if I'm driving, for whatever reason, and Florida's hot, right? So you get, and my van doesn't have AC. Her car has AC, but my van doesn't have AC. But even with AC, it's still that dry heat inside the car, and it's, you know, it's above body temperature, but not so above body temperature that it's excruciating. It's just kind of like when you get a blanket out of the dryer. It's that comfort warm, which is very weird for being in Florida because you usually be sweating in there, but it's that weird dry heat moment. And when I'm driving at home, between that 2:30 to 3:30 window, it is the most dangerous time for me to drive because I'm passing out behind the wheel. So I try not to drive home during that time. So like I'll stay. I will leave like after 3:30. Like I'll stay at work just to like not be tired. Or if I'm riding the unicycle, if I'm riding the wheel, I don't really have the issue if I'm on the unicycle because the unicycle I'm physically active, but if I'm driving a car, it really messes me up. Anyway, that was a long tangent. I was supposed to be messaging Tom to see if his lazy butt is going to run today. Did you fall asleep? Question mark. See if he's conscious. Ugh. Anyway, I was going to do a thing. Oh, we were working on making that actor class. So I'm going to make... Technically, this is not going to be a component. It would not be a system thing. It would be an environment thing. But it's not really an environment thing, but it is an environment thing. So I think I'm going to go to C++ classes and then create I didn't know Fab was a thing. That must be new. I need to look up what Fab does. Get content from Fab. What is Unreal Fab? UE5 Fab. I probably read about it at some point and then just totally forgot. Is the digital marketplace that offers creators a single destination to UE5. Okay, yeah, that's the thing that it's basically a plugin for their store. All right, I'm gonna make a C++ class here. Yeah, I thought it was new. I mean, I haven't seen it here. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna make an actor, and we'll have this. What is my naming convention? AW. So Wielders of Aether. What do I want to name these? I want to name these coyote blocks, but I want to make sure that I'm not dumb and I spell coyote correctly. Coyote. And then I'll throw this in environments. I think environments is a good folder for it. I could spend ludicrous amount of time on folder names and variable names. Yeah. So WOA, so Wielders of Aether, because Aether is spelled with an A. I made a mistake and spelled it with an E once, and it ruined up my naming convention. And then this is Project Vera, and then Coyote block. And I'm using underscore for the naming convention. Okay, and then environments. And then we will create yes. Let's see if live coding is successful. Live coding failed. What a jerk. We will reload all, which will stop the debugger. Alright. Now let's see, did this break and give me the wrong address? I think it may have given me the wrong address. What's your complaint? Yeah, cannot open source. It gave me the wrong address. I thought they fixed that in the newer versions of Unreal. So what happened there, so I'll go back. If you're not aware, when you create a subfolder in the project manager generator thing, what it will do is it was appearing over here for like the longest time. What it'll do is it'll generate the subfolder and create your components for that, but because your CPP file has to reference the header for it, in the CPP file it writes in the address, but it makes a mistake where so a lot of times you put the CPP files in a private folder and you put the header files in a public folder. And because if you're going to have a reference to something, it references the H file, not the CPP file. So it's intended to provide the full address path of the H file to your CPP file. But because these are both going into the same folder, this is basically telling the CPP file to look into the environments folder for the H file, but there is not an environments folder inside of the environments folder because I'm already in it. So it doesn't actually go back. It actually goes forward. It tries to go down the path. So that's why I got to remove that. Bit of a weird circumstance, but yeah. Alright, so this block is going to be invisible. And all I really need in this thing is I need to include components slash I need a box component. And it's going to be a U property. We will edit anywhere, blueprint. Read only is fine. Category. Collision. Class is going to be a U box component, and this is going to be yeah. I'll call it Coyote Box. That way it's not the same name. Well, it wouldn't be. Okay, and let's go back to the CPP file. We need the Coyote Box. That needs to be create default subobject. So we need a U box component, and we're going to give this a label. That's going to be whatever this thing's going to be called. I guess I'll call it itself. Let's do box collision. Alright, so this thing, we need to make this the default root. Well, wait, maybe not. I'm visualizing in my head, so like I'm staring off into space. I'm visualizing how this box is going to spawn, and sort of its behavior. So let me pull up a thing to kind of show that. 1 second here. I'll use paint. I think paint will be good. Yay, let's bring paint up. Okay, so let's say we have something that we're standing on. And then we got the character. We'll make him be like this thing. So the character's standing on a thing. When the character gets near the end of a thing, there's going to be a basically a hit scan that goes down into the surface and then checks. This is going to be live all the time. I need a certain number of hit scans on the character for reasons anyway, or raycasts. So it's going to do a raycast out. It's going to find the surface normal of the box. So when I take that, it's going to find this normal here. And then at this point, it needs to spawn in the coyote block. But how big does the block get spawned in as? And does it get spawned in? So when the coyote block gets spawned, I'm gonna make this over here. It'll get spawned in, and the question is, does it get spawned with the anchor point? Let me make a little anchor point. Does it get spawned with the anchor point crap. Hit the wrong button. Where's my... Where's my thickness? Oh, my line thickness is over here now. Neat. Does it get spawned in with the anchor point here and then grow outward so that it like pops up here and grows out to give a ledge? Or is it going to be this way where it gets spawned in the center? Oh, it changed because I did click off. Or is it going to be like this, where the anchor point's in the center and it kind of grows outward? I'll give little arrows, you know. If it spawns center, then from that contact position it would do this. And it would give me a little bit here, but then there's a potential of that. But it's actually trickier. It's trickier to do this than it is to do this. But not by much. But doing this versus that makes me have to consider where whether I want this to be the root component or if I want it to be a child of a larger object. If it's a child of that object, then I can move it around relative to the root. If it's the root itself, then the dead center would be the natural position of it. How much work do I want on this? And would it matter if a block grows out like that? Is it going to be in the way? Like, would it spawn underneath his feet and like push him back? Like, how would that end up happening? So I have to consider those things as I'm planning it out. I think I will not have this be the root component. I'm going to do a setup attachment. So coyote block, we'll do setup attachment to whatever the root component is. I think that'll be fair. And then we need the initial box size, I think. initial box extent. This is an F vector. So it needs to be I don't know what the width is going to be, or the length of it, I'm not sure yet. The width of it is going to be 100 units, and then the height of it doesn't have to be all that big. It could be 5 units, it doesn't matter. But let me do 10 units. I think that's enough. And it needs to extend out a certain amount. Maybe I'll have it extend out. We can try 10. 10 units might be enough to extend out. But I need to know these values. So let's go here. I'll make a float. This is going to be, I don't know what the category is going to be, but this is going to be size X, Y, and Z. So size X, size Y, and then size Z. I could do width, depth, and height, but then I have to think about them. And I can do a default size here, so I can set this to 10 units. The Y value, I did 100 units, and then the Z value, I did 10 units. Alright, so I've got that. Some other things I should have for this thing while I'm here. Lifetime, I guess. So we'll make a lifespan. I'm debating on whether or not I want this function to be public or private. Not that it matters. I'm not going to be calling it. Protected, it doesn't really matter for protected. Yeah, because it doesn't need to have any children associated with it. So we'll do void. We'll call this good enough. And I'll just go ahead and implement that. That should be, whoops. Alright, so then I'll replace this with size x, y, and z. So size x, size y, and actually before I even made the variables, I should have checked to see if this has a default value that I can get. So size, get extend registry, get size. It might have one. I don't know where it would be though. So initial box size is there. I need to set collision enabled. So set collision enabled. What do you want? You want collision enabled type. So is it ECC? I think it's ECC underscore. I think. There's collision response and there's collision type. There's a lot of them. Hold on, I'm going to look it up because I don't remember off the top of my head. 1 second. Yeah, there's like a lot of parameters for it, so it's a good thing I looked it up. All right, so I need collision enabled. I also need collision object type, collision response to all channels, collision response to a specific channel, and to set generate overlaps to true. Alright, so collision enabled, collision object type, all channels, collision response, and okay. Trying to force it in my brain. So I remember it. You know how many times I've written collision functions in Unreal? A lot. How often do I remember them? Almost never. Alright, so that's going to be e-collision channel. No, this one's collision type, I think. collision channel. There's collision response. We want this to be query and physics. I'm going to copy this so I'm not typing it every time. Set collision object type. I actually may set a custom object type. Let me leave that one blank. Coyote, let's set this to set collision response to all channels. Collision response to all channels, and I also need collision response to a single channel. Why am I doing this to myself? Collision response to channel. Alright, so all channels will set it to ignore, so I think it's ECR ignore. And then collision response to the players, so ECR. Oh no, the first one is the object, right? Collision channel and then collision response, so E collision channel. World static, world dynamic. We'll set this. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. This one should be ECR ignore. This one should be E collision. This one I also think needs to be a custom type. I'm not sure about the first one, but the collision response is going to be block. So ECR block. What else do I need? Uber is messaging me. Like, I'm not riding an Uber today. Come on, phone, stop being silly. You're only at half-life, not like you're all the way gone. I should have just looked it up on the phone, that way I could have it. Everything takes forever. Yeah, my object type is going to be custom. Collision response, I want block. I have for Okay, so since these two I need to have custom types for, I'm going to comment these out, and then I'll do, we have set collision enabled already up there, so I need set, I can generate overlap events. Believe that one takes in true. Yeah. Can generate overlap events. For my custom object type, I guess I could set it to pawn and then just make sure it's there. So when you're making a custom collision type, you have to consider objects that it can hit, and then objects that can hit it. So it goes both ways. So I want my player to be able to stand on this object. So this object needs to know who the player is, and the player needs to know that he can stand on it. I don't want other things being able to hit it. So everything else in the world would just ignore collision on it. So it's like having its own collision layer. If I make the collision if I make this thing be its own collision, and I would need it to be able to specify if it's the player or not. I'm trying to think of the most convenient way to do that. I actually don't need it to generate overlap events. Yeah, I may not even need to go that far. I don't even need it to be a query. I think I can just have it generate physics, because I don't have to have it. It doesn't need to know. Or does it? Because everything else should ignore it off the bat. Let's make this channel. Project settings, collision. All right, so I have world boundary, I've got a wall, I've got a player hit, oh, it ordered these. Player hitbox, enemy hitbox. I need a goofy thing with this is you have to kind of minimize and refresh for this bar to show up. So for example, if I look at pawn, so the object type for pawn is pawn, query, and physics. Yeah, so I need to create an object type for it. I don't think I need a trace type. I would also need to set a player and enemy box type. So let's make a player block. Let's make an enemy block. And we'll also make the coyote. Okay, so player. We want player to be queried and physics. Collision enable query and physics. It should be world dynamic, I'm pretty sure. But we're going to do player for this one. Alright, so it should work on things that are on the visibility channel. We don't need the player to be blocked by the camera. The player does not need to be blocked by the world boundary. It does not need to be blocked by the enemy hurt box. It should not be blocked by its own hurt box. And it should not be able to get hit by its own hitbox. And actually, this is not even the hitbox boundary, so we'll just ignore that as well. We should be able to interact with walls. And then everything else as normal. The player should not be able to hit himself. The player should be blocked by enemies. And he should be blocked by the coyote block. Okay, and now I need to bring in the enemy. We want this to be, where are we at? Collision enabled, physics, yes, enemy. Same deal, we don't want him to be hit by the camera. We don't need the hitboxes and hurt boxes to be fired. Does not need to worry about the world boundary. That's an interesting question. So we know it doesn't want to be the coyote block because that won't matter. So like in Hollow Knight, for example, because I've been playing a lot of Hollow Knight, so it makes sense to use that. Really, in any Metroidvania, enemies don't generally hit each other and then get stuck. They can usually pass through each other. So do I want my enemies to be able to just walk through each other? Or should they be a physical barrier to each other. So in Mario, I'm trying to think of like any moments in. I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm remembering wrong, that the little Goombas could collide with each other and like turn each other around. I think Mario 64 enemies could hit each other. Yeah, because you could like you could lure enemies onto like a little spatula thing that would fling you in the air. You could lure them onto that, and it would fling them. I don't know. I don't know if it's something that I want for this game, but right now I have it set up so that I think I'm gonna have the enemies blocking each other. Maybe not. Maybe I won't have them blocking each other. We'll see. I'll just leave it as is for that. And then for the coyote block, this is coyote block. This one does not need the query, so I think physics only. Well, I don't know if that would be a problem. It may need to query to know what it's in contact with. So I'll do collision enabled. I'll have to read up on that difference. And then world static, this is going to be a coyote block. We'll just set this to ignore all, and the only thing it cares about is the player. Yeah, it doesn't even care about the wall, so that wouldn't matter there. I think we can accept that. Make sure I save that, and then I can jump back into here. Hey, Tom messaged me back. Let's see what he says. Just woke up. Figures. Did you want to do some backwards practice? And or go running, question mark. We've got a little bit of time before chicken happens. Period. You gotta go out into the world and be physical once in a while. It helps your brain grow. Oh, right, I was gonna look up that. My knee just decided it wants to hurt for no reason. I'm like, I'm not even doing anything. I'm just here. And he's like, hey, yo, here's some pain. I was like, well, screw you too. I'm like scrolling through this list here, trying to find the thing that I want. Need to run the pups first, he says. You want to do that and then head over here? Question mark. He says he has to take his dogs out first. Oh, that's for layer blending. That's not what I want right now. Alright, so let's look at UE5 collision channels and response types. Just in case, because if I don't need to, it's really just an optimization thing. If I don't have to query for this, then I'll ignore doing query. World static. Alright, let's see what the general gist says. Oh, he responded. He says sure. Cool. So no collision, obviously there's no collision. Collision's disabled. Query only query only. Overlaps and traces work, but no physics collisions. So what that means is you can have two objects with a boundary box. Poor illustration, but boundary box A overlaps with boundary box B. That would register as an overlap. But they wouldn't block each other. Physics only. Physics simulations only. No overlap or traces. So the way my mind pictures that is the two objects would hit each other and they would stop each other, but there would be no query event. So to me, that says that the check to see if it would be filtered out would be ignored. But I'm not positive. Query and physics is both overlap events and physical blocking. I know that already, but give me a more specific breakdown. I mean, I could always test them to see what they do, but let's do this. What's he saying? Okay, he's saying that. Buddy of mine just messaged me. He's like having some grief with his home life. Hold on a second. Different buddy, not my running buddy. Martial art buddy. Alright, now, where's the thing that I wanted earlier? I need to set up my custom collision. Okay. Okay, for collision object type, I can specify a string name and pass that in. And then for collision response to channel, I can do the same thing. I can specify by name. Okay. So on here, for that, so I should be allowed to do. Does it specify if I have to do the text? Yes, I have to use Unreal's text block. Let me try throwing in a regular string and see if it breaks. It doesn't like a regular string, so I'll have to do text. And then the name of this one, for the collision object type, this one is the Coyote block. Collision object type, e-collision. Type. That does not seem to hold true. Oh, I see. I overlooked the step. It says I need to. So you can specify the collision channel by. So if you go back into the list, it says you have 18 channels you can choose from. They're listed, I think, from 1 through 18, and you would do ECC channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, channel 4, but you can grab them by name. What is Tom saying? Okay, Tom said sure. Him and his mom are fighting. My other friend, him and his mom are fighting. Okay. I'm going to jump over to my other object so I can simplify some of my lookup here. I built one the other day on my camera. Where are you at? Camera. What did I set up for you? Collision profile name. Would that set the way that I want, though? Do I want... Well, no, because I need to specify the actual channel, so I can't do it that way. Alright, I guess I'll go back to Coyote Block. That. I guess I'll do it. Yeah, set collision object type. Let me see if I can grab it through e-collision channel. Because you can see here we have engine trace channel 1 through however many. And then there's that, and there should be a game trace channel. There's world static. I don't see mine up here. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna have to build it. Let me try ECC and see what's under the list there. Same list. Game trace, vehicle visibility. Now, if I know the channel, the specific channel that it's in, I can grab it off of here, but I don't remember what channel it's in. It's like, there's like 7 or 8 channels, you know, that I have specified. So grabbing it by name will be handy, but can I specify that in the constructor? And yeah, I can specify in the constructor, and then I can grab off of my channel type. Alright, so for here, collision object type, I should be able to do get turn. What header do I need for that if I call that? I need physics engine collision profiles. Physics engine collision profile.h. ENGINE, yeah, that looks correct. I don't see collision profile header though. No. Maybe I misspelled it. PHYSICS. Yeah, physics. And then engine. COL. I don't see that as an option. Yeah, IntelliSense doesn't bring up a list for that. We'll just start back at the beginning. Is there a physics engine folder? There is. There's actually 2 physics engine folders. Let me get the second one and try collision. Okay. Maybe it's the same. Might just be the same folder. Yeah, but I'm not seeing that one. I told you, nothing's ever fast. Let me... we'll do UE5. Collision profile. Alright, so this one says it's an engine collision profiles. So let's try engine collision profiles. There we go. Alright, now where was I for the other part? I'm not doing get world. I want to know this channel name. See if we can just grab it off of here. No list for there. I don't know where it went. Where do I get that custom profile name? It's in uCollision profile. uCollision profile. Get return. Let's see. Channel name from container index. Which one do I want? Return channel index from name. Return channel index from return channel index from channel name. And then in here, I want the channel name, right? So f name would be out from display name. Let's see if I can pass in text and get the name. So the channel name I did was Coyote Block. So stop that. We start here, we end open 1, open 2, close 1, 2, and 3. So that is failing from text. Let's try f name. Let's see if I can pass in the name directly as a string. I cannot. Return channel index from name. Didn't see that as an option in the list though. Unless this is the updated version of it. Oh, that's container index. That's why. I want channel index. Yeah, but I don't see that as an option. I'll just type it in. No, it doesn't seem to exist. New collision profile. Let's see what options exist in here. Default channel responses, channel redirects. Get channel and response parameters. Revert to object type. There is a custom collision profile name. That's weird. Yeah, I don't see that as a viable option. reading documentation takes forever. Okay, that's clear. Function name. I know, not very entertaining. I apologize. But I think it's beneficial for people to see that when you're doing a lot of this stuff, you're like, someone's like, oh, I wrote a game. You're like, oh, geez. That must have been, you're so awesome, you're so talented, you did this thing. Most of it is just looking up things and trying to implement them. Nothing special. The only thing special is that you put in the time. No, that doesn't, like, okay. I guess I'll be more specific with my querying. Now I'm going to say another option to get the custom channel name. Let me try, let me jump out of the API here. Let me do coyote block profile name, and then I'll do this one. Set collision profile name. And then I'll do it like this. And this takes in, does this take in an F name? Maybe update overlaps true, but I already have that. Generate overlap events. And this is coyote block. And then for the collision object type, so that's gonna be the thing that I want to collide with. Well, no, it's the type of this. It's the type of object this object currently is. So I think I can just pass in get profile name. Let's try that. Can I get away with this? No suitable conversion function from F name to E collision channel. Can I do UE collision channel? What type is this? I was going to grab it as a data type. E-collision channel. Can I grab it off of there? No, I guess I can't. No, I can't create it there. Can't grab off of that. So. I guess I'll have to go and just figure out what the channel name is, because this is not going. I could always take a look at what I did for Rocket Flip. Yeah, this one still says new collision profile. You can do get return channel index from name, but I didn't see that option there. Let's try doing, we'll do this. Yeah. I don't know if this is old or if it's just wrong. Yeah, U collision profile. Get return channel index from channel name. Return channel index from return channel index from name. No, it doesn't seem to exist. And then when we looked inside of the class, it didn't have it there. So I'm inclined to have to agree with this versus the documentation. It is very bizarre. And my phone is frozen. Of course it is. Why is that? What other way can I set the object type? Because I already looked at the ECR, right? The E-collision profiles. We just have overlap, block, and ignore. And I probably won't be able to have access to my custom channel. We'll go ECC again. Let's see. Those are engine trace channels. And there's game trace channel. They're like, there's no like rhyme or order. There's 1, there's 10, there's 11, there's 12, and then there's 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should go to 18. Yeah, but I don't see all 18 of them. Oh, there's 18 right there. Yeah, I have no idea where that profile name is and why that is failing. Now let's see what other header option is there. I have I've got box component included. Game framework for the header for actor. I already have that. And this one still says the header path is in physics engine collision profile, but that doesn't seem to be true. There is engine.h, but why are you grabbing engine.h? Oh, it's using engine.h because of the ulog. Yes, I think that's why it's got it. But both of these still use uCollision profile get return channel index from name. But it's wrong. At least it's wrong here. I mean, unless this is like very outdated. That's lame. I can do it in like 2 seconds in Blueprint because you go build, check a box. I don't want to do it from Blueprint. Blueprints break, and when blueprints break, it's a very big headache. So if I don't have to build a blueprint out of it, I try not to. There are some things you kind of have to build a blueprint out of, like the Animation montages, you kind of have to do that in Blueprint. Setting up notify events. You can do it from C++, but it's more convenient to do it from Blueprint. Animation blending is a lot easier to do through Blueprint. Most things are. But yeah, that thing being broken is going to drive me nuts. Yeah. Well, they say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing, expecting a different result. Yeah, E collision channel, and then collision profile, get return. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back and look at this list again. So we get an array that takes in a custom collision channel setup. So we get collision channel responses, edit profile names, redirects, collision channel redirect. Collision profile get. Profile on load. There's get profile name. Fill up the array with the profile names. And it's going to get at the name list. Get collision, or sorry, get channel and response parameters. Reconfig. Look for profile redirect. No, not in there. I mean, it is possible that it's one of those goofy IntelliSense errors where it says it's broken, but it actually runs. But I don't see it in this list. I see custom collision profile name. Name that you specify as you want. Yeah, I'm just going in circles here. I'm just looking up this issue. So, see if anybody else. It's so annoying to type out on this thing. Return channel index from name. Let's see. Yeah, that's broken. Not getting a good answer. Yeah, don't make me blueprint it. I don't want to blueprint it. Alright, so let's move on so that I can just build it. I might not have to worry too much about... So I have the collision profile name here. This object type, right? That was the issue. I needed to set the object type. What's my... going back through my list again. Save here. That channel gets ignored, that one gets ignored. We'll make this come down here. I'll do coyote block. I want this to spawn in, but I don't want it to be hidden, so I'm going to say be hidden in game. I'll set that to false. That way we can see it. Alright, and then I do want it to die after a short bit, so let's just do that here. So I wonder if I was just thinking about whether or not I should pass in the time value, but I'm just going to get it from world. But I will need to get engine world, I think. So include engine world. I think that's necessary. And then for here, we'll just call that. I could just write it directly into tick, but it's fine. So we'll get coyote time, and we want to take the lifespan. So if, actually we'll just count that down. So we'll just say lifespan minus equals get world delta time in seconds. And then if lifespan is less than or equal to 0, we'll just do 0f just to kind of round that out. Then we want to destroy this. And I think I just passed in the object type. Destroy actor, be net force, set true, returns. Let's see, destroy this actor. Returns true, the actor destroyed. And actually Unreal has a built-in lifespan counter, so I can really just skip this. This one has to be net force. Let me look up, because you can call it from Blueprint. Let me see what the C++ version of it is. UE5. In Blueprint, I think it's called lifespan. Nothing's at the top of the list in the search anymore. You get an AI response, and then you gotta dig through it. All right, looks like the C++ equivalent is called initial lifespan. So let me just run that here. And instead of calling my own, I just want to see if it is. So let's see, initial. Yeah, initial lifespan. How long this actor lives before dying. 0 is forever. Note that this is the initial value and should not be modified once the has begun. All right, cool. So I'm guessing the default is 0. So I'm gonna set to 1. Should take in a float. Yeah. So I'm gonna pull this object in game and see if it kicks after a second. And also we'll see if this breaks. I won't be able to spawn it yet because I still have to get the line trace from the character and grab the normal. That takes a little bit of time to set up, but I spent way too much time trying to get the custom collision value name. I'm not sure why that's broken, but on the next stream, I should have an answer for that. All right, so let's get this, and let me grab this C++ class, environments. There it is. I'm gonna come way over here, and I just want this to be in front of me. I'll just grab this object. So that looks like it's a good size. If that were to spawn here, that should be enough to step on. Alright, let's see if that dies after one tick. Well, it's certainly there for longer than a tick. Alright, let's get coyote block. Let's get lifespan. So initial lifespan is set to 1 second, but it's actually not counting down. Okay, so that one is not the correct call. It doesn't run the internal value. Yeah, because it's just hanging out there. There's a function called set lifespan. It says you can set dynamically and change the actor's lifespan at any point during gameplay. Using the set lifespan function, this function allows you to modify the remaining lifespan or clear it entirely. Well, I guess I'm just gonna run my own custom because that's not working. So we'll exit. I'll keep this guy hanging out right here, and I'll just save it so I don't have to drop it in world again. And I will just get mine. So that's not working. We'll just use my thingamajig, and we'll just call this again. I don't think I have to do anything special with destroy, but I will call this coyote time here. If all goes well, it should be gone almost immediately when I hit play. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to exist for very long, you know. And there it went. Yay! That might even be too long on screen, but I know that the destroy function is working and the timer's running. All right. So my company is here, and it's almost time for dinner. So I'm going to take a break, go do some running, and maybe next time when I do the next session, I'll have a solution for why the custom profile name isn't working. All right, I appreciate you joining me, and I'll see you on the next head-banging session for when I am trying to build this game. So I'll see you guys later. Thanks. Oh, hey, Cute Silk, I didn't see your, before I run away, I did not see your response. The answer is yes, I do code streams and stuff on top of teaching and all that other thing. I think it's a good, so I was saying earlier, I like to do this sort of thing so that, because when people look at the work that you tend to go, oh, you did that thing, you must be a super genius and I could never do that. And the answer is no, I'm just as dumb as everybody else. I struggle just as much as everybody else. I have experience in a lot of things, and I can kind of piggyback off that experience to either do a thing that I've done a few hundred times, or I can use that to branch out and grab pieces from somewhere else and integrate that into what I'm doing. So I think it's a way of humanizing myself for my students. And also other game devs that are out there that are kind of like watching the stream or whatever, and they want to do their own thing. They can go, oh, okay, this is, that strategy. Or the goal is to raise people up, not beat them down. So, and I find it inspiring when I watch other game devs do their stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, it makes me want to go do my thing. So then, so I guess it's like a pay it forward. But sorry if you left before I got to answer that, but I wanted to at least address that because I didn't see it. I missed it when I was maybe I was reading the script, reading something on the phone when that popped up, or maybe I went to the bathroom when it happened. So anyway, thank you guys. I'll see you later.